Hello. Whoa. Here we go. Hey. Looks like a lot of stuff's going on based on what I was reading in chat. Welcome, welcome. Who needs looking for the deal maker on the SMP? Is everyone coming to you? Do you have like the most? Like out of everyone? Because then you got the real leverage. That's the secret. Thinfoot raid. Hello. How are you doing today, Thinfoot? What were you streaming before? You need to instill fear on the SMP. Oh no. Terrifying. Sorry, it's taking me a little longer to get everything set up because for some reason everything got scrambled. I think we're good though. Some clone drone in the danger zone. I love the name of that game, but I've never seen it. It does seem like one of those names like the best name ever. It's just so goofy. Okay. Almost fully ready. As you can tell, I made sure everything was ready before hitting live, right? Which is why it's taking me like 6 minutes. It's, you know, my favorite thing to do. Finish all the challenges. Did one of my viewer workshops maps. Oh, that game has workshop maps. That's always fun. Some people go crazy in the Steam workshop. I'm trying to improve the JS data pack maker, trying to make it simpler syntax. Have we fully moved on from sugar pack at this point, Ofec? Is it that much better? Or are you just trying to have both? Okay, let's actually do this. Yeah. Okay, everything's looking good. We're back here. Infinite Parkour, of course. Only the best. So, it is much better. Oh, really? Gotta go take care. Thank you for coming by, Thinfoot. I appreciate it. You have a great day. Much better, really. It's that much more of an improvement. Sorry. Okay, and I need to hit this button. Back to it for day 3. What we were doing, I remember last time we were doing the bundles in the editor, right? We gotta start using the loot tables. That's what I can remember. Make these all work based on that, which actually shouldn't be that hard because we're throwing every item into a loot table. So in theory, I just spawn them all and then target select the ones I need for each of the positions, right? Something like that. The filler slots might be interesting to figure out. And also, I'm not sure the best method to like merge all the data in. I was thinking if there was a huge difference in performance of a pack made from scratch and MC function on one of the data pack maker tool. It'd be interesting to see if there's like you could always test that, right? Like make a data pack that's like purposely laggy in some way, and then like recreate it in all the tools and see which one handles it the best. Although I think in theory, since they all get turned into MC function like styled stuff afterwards, I don't think there'd be much of a difference. Okay. Well, I gotta figure out. Let's get one of these. Is how do we merge data into a bundle? And, oh, I just realized that there's stuff there. Oh, and the bundle's gone. I can't be in here. Yeah. I'm sure there's a way. Infinite Parkour, what? Welcome back. What's up? How you doing today? My pack maker tool is as fast as you can get. It's easier way to write the functions. That's true. It does just have like human speed, right? Because like you're able to just type things faster. Okay, let's say I got some blocks on me. How do I get these in here? You know. I'm sure that like technically all this stuff is like written out inside the code already. But I gotta see how else I can do it. You slept for like around 13 hours. I don't know. I immediately went over. That's fun. Is it normal that I can still hear buttons clicking and music playing? The music playing, yeah, that's always there in the background. Although it might be a little louder than usual. The clicky buttons is my issue. I will say though that the music is taken out for the recording afterwards. So yeah. Oh, that part. No, you don't. No, you don't. I forgot. That's the one part that sucks is I have to manually turn that off every time because I put it in the background. What was that? That was the intro scene there I play when I start stream. Issue is that I threw it at the bottom of my like scene for when I'm in game. That way, if like it can't pick up the signal, for instance, like sometimes when I first start, when this is on borderless, it won't pick it up. You'll see the cutscene instead of nothing. But then it has audio attached to it, and then it's still on when I switch scenes. It's a whole thing. Separate scene. Yeah, but I have to also keep it in this scene so that it's in the very background. I could, you know, I don't know. I could find a way to like automatically mute it when I switch scenes probably, but I just haven't. Probably should though. Okay. Bundle data. It's weird. You know. I'm looking, hold on, I'll show you what I'm doing. Back over to here. Oh, I need a full screen, otherwise you see my game at the bottom. There you go. Where's the editor? It's over here. Not, am I in the source? Yeah, okay. Bundles dictionary. Oh yeah, we'll have to use this as well. Can't forget. I think I could still I'll probably still use this one. Or do I make it so that each of the bundles are also a loot table? That was immediate source. I just switched to the scene. It plays when it ends. I stop on the last frame and then manually switch to my main scene. Yeah. Yeah, no, I have something like that. I just have the clip also in the background of this one. But honestly, I know there's a way to set it up so like as soon as there's no source on this screen, it will switch scenes for me automatically. Although when I did that, I think it was kind of annoying. I don't know. It was a forever ago. I know I could modify it, and I probably should. This would probably be better inside of a loot table as well, if I had to guess. You have a really cool skin. I took a look at it when I was searching for inspiration for mine. Oh, to be fair, my skin is pretty popular, so I wouldn't call it unique, but thanks. To the fact where Ofek has the exact same one, but just different colors, and we didn't, like, even know about it. Like, we didn't purposely do that. It was funny. Okay. Where do we get the items? probably in editor environment. Oh yeah, let's go to the folder. Here we go. Here we go. Items. Yep. No, there's a folder for it. I'm really smart. So it's all just like bundle contents, and then it's just like a big old list, and then everything's just ID count components. Sorry, I was focused on the J stick. I missed what you have said. Oh, I'm just saying that we have like the exact same skin, but just like different colors, and we didn't even like intentionally set that up, which is funny. There's a lot of stuff here. Wow. Oh, there's a lot of tags to these item frames I should probably put on them. Cause like we got all of these ones, or do they already have them? I don't know. I gotta figure out a way to put those on too. Let me insert them, and then obviously this stuff is already attached, right? I want to look at the loot table stuff. Well, no, I mean, we never set it. We could modify it now. Yeah, we could just throw this part of here now. By the way, this second entry isn't real. I just did it so I could test stuff. But it's fine. The lore's here, though, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. We can actually probably chop that off. Although, I'll leave it for now, but just so that the code doesn't get all messed up, I can. Let's throw the missing data, though, because the bundle code throws some on for us, so we can throw on the models and stuff. Boop, boop, boop. You also deal several cases with macro. I'm unsure what you mean, but we basically insert a bunch of stuff in the macro for this one function. Pretty much the data for all of the items while making one bundle. And then these pluses just let us indent every line, but this is all one command. This entire section is one execute command, which is funny. Where are the models stored in here? Or did we just use like physical block? Or something. Oh wait, no, we have an editor display block. I'm looking at it. Or is it the user that fully decide the use of the macro? The player still has to like insert stuff into the into like a data spot, and then we're able to use it, like, you know, inside of a space in storage, whether it's temporary or not, if that's what you're asking about. A little confusing. Hi Jack. Jack's over here on Discord. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Okay. Yeah, let's swap editor display block and put that as the item model. Guessing I could just like do this. Oh, we already have it. Am I being stupid? Yeah. Yeah, it's right here. Why did I think I didn't have that yet? I actually am blind. Okay. Is there anything else that this sets that we need to make sure we have? Where was it? There's a lot of things open. Let's close these extra functions. There. I don't think so. It's just like these dumb tags. Well, not dumb tags. Obviously we need them, but like they're gonna be fun to throw in there. Or do we even need them? Because I think these tags are used in a spot that we could just kind of replace them. Over in environment, right? No? I'm dumb? Canvas? Yeah. This stuff. Oh yeah, place inside's used to determine whether or not that goes teleport inside. And then The numbers are used here and here. Okay. Then yeah, no, we'll need it. Well, I'm gonna if I replace this loop, which I probably will replace this dictionary search to be entirely honest, because all this does is set the rotation data, and then summons a slime if it needs to, makes that glowing, places the block, a lot of stuff. Oh, and then sets the display width and height. I'm gonna ignore the tags for now, I think, and then we can easily just like throw them on later, right? Because obviously the current system needs them, but like I think we could rework the system to not need them. In theory, possibly. Is this tag on the entity? Is that right? This might not be necessary. We'll find out. Okay. I think everything here in the data is good. And we just need to like throw this into some items here. So I wonder, now thinking about it, how easy it is to just like merge data on, right? Okay, well, it'd be entity in this case, but obviously you can't merge it on me. So I would have to probably have it on the ground, except that everything's getting deleted because all of the item entities aren't like real. It's weird, or like they're not tagged, and we were deleting all the ones that aren't tagged. Maybe I should give it to an armor stand. No. Oh, I could just draft the code that deletes them. Again, real quick. It's annoying when I have to test stuff, but yeah. It's a free play? Yeah, right here. Let's just and I'm gonna add a little comment. Change this back before committing. Surely I'll remember that. Oh, I don't have build on. There we go. Pink. I like how I put all those items in my inventory and then I didn't even use any of them. So I could throw these. Boo. Okay. Data, merge, entity. Type equals item. So it's just like, it's in components, right? Or item. Is this a list? I'm not getting any more autofill. The autofill's left me. And that's like a bundle contents. And that's a list. I know I have it listed here in the code. I'm just double checking real quick. Yeah, it's a list. And then here we have entries. You know, like ID. And also count. Bunch of other stuff. There it is. I've tried recording a micro video. It's so difficult for me to speak for some reason, like during the stream. I know there are viewers. When I did voiceover, I had the script and the content. I do voiceover, but when I'm sitting alone in the silent room, just screaming hello into the microphone requires a ton of effort for me. I'm the opposite way. That's what's interesting. I've heard it like that before, but I feel like I'm the opposite way, where it's a lot easier for me to talk to no one than know that there's people who are like right there listening in this very moment. Just because I know I can like go back and like edit and remove stuff that people will never hear ever. So that's interesting. I'm unsure of the best way to combat that. I guess you could always like pull up a fake chat and pretend that there's people there, or like watch one of your old clips so that there's a chat going and just pretend like that's your real chat. Maybe that psych yourself out. Hi Sergio, what's up? How are you doing today? I appreciate you coming here before Neuro stream. So, in theory, I just have to like get a list of all the items. Even when I beat myself? What? I find my recordings way too silent and incredibly unclear. When I watch my videos, I speak much louder and clear. In your VODs? Interesting. Oh, there's an ad, by the way, so I'm gonna stop doing much until the ad runs or finishes. Oh no. I can see that now. Isn't that crazy? I'll just play Infinite Parkour when that runs. Oh, the items are still spawning. I didn't turn that. Oh no, that's because we're not deleting them anymore. That's funny. Good at playing a bit of Celeste mods. I've come here and there's Celeste OC again. Yeah, you know, you're right back into it. You can't run away. It's Celeste forever. Even when I know there's your verse, I literally say I'm saying this to people who will watch the VODs on YouTube. Yeah. What's going on here except for talking? I am you know how we put all those items into a single loot table? Maybe you didn't know about that. We're putting all the blocks into a loot table, make it easier. And right now we're trying to make bundles for the editor, but through the loot table instead of the dictionary. I know, very interesting stuff. But right now I am waiting for the ad to end so that no one misses anything, because I'm so nice. You know what I'm saying? I've seen the idea of 4 Celeste I've said in the thread. I haven't been keeping up. I do see there's new unreads. I could look. Peek. Yeah, you want to make your own map? Is that the idea? Oh. I think that refills dash, but it works like Barry with wings, so you have to not use your dash before it. Use it properly and catch it when it's flying away. Ooh. Dash orb that like runs from you. That's interesting. My country doesn't have ads on Twitch, and that's not a good thing. Oh. I'm unsure about that. So you just like... Yeah, no, that's kind of sad if you just can't monetize off that. I see the issue now. Is there a playlist with all the songs you use I can get? I have a playlist. It is not currently available, but I can find a way to get that available afterwards. I'm sure the best route for that because I use Apple Music. I mean, I could probably just get like, I would have to make it like public and then share it, or I could just probably make it, recreate it on YouTube. That'll probably be a better idea. I just don't have YouTube Music. I don't know how that works. Okay, back to bundle stuff now that the ad break's over. Yeah, like you're right now, let's play some Celeste. There is a lot of Celeste in there. From Patreon FAQ, they explicitly support creators from my country, but there's no way to pay out. What? What? I'm looking for other ads on Twitch. Do you have secrets? So wait, how does that even work though if Patreon just doesn't pay out to like a whole country? You just have to leave the country to get paid. PayPal doesn't work there either. Do any of them? That seems like crazy to me. But obviously that's just how it is. Is there an easy way for me to get all of the loot table contents in a form like this so I can merge it on? Let's find out. Let's see if it happens. If I put it on the ground, it won't work. I think I need it to be in a chest. I mean, they say you're allowed to pay through PayPal but not receive payments nor have an account. What? So they want you to do black magic. Belarus. Oh, okay. Did not know that. They just expect you to you know, do some insane stuff then. Okay, look, we got items. Ooh, we got items that are formatted in a easy format. So I think I'm gonna have to throw them all in a chest for every time. We'll try it. You know what? Give me a bundle. We'll try it. Here we go. Merge. Or I'm gonna do modify now. The target path is a little different now. Dot components. Dot bundle contents. Set from block items. Oh? Hey! Hey, it's in the exact same order. Okay. Looks like we're doing that then. The only difficult part is when I do the loot table, we don't want all of the items inside of the bundle, but it's gonna have all the items in the chest. That was one thing I was worried about. Unless we... I was thinking about something. Give me another bundle. If we like individually add every item. So let's put this bundle here. And let's put like this spruce fence here. Okay. In theory, I can switch this set to append from entity. And I need to switch these selectors a little bit. And do like this. Hold on, I'm cooking. Type equals item. MBT does not equal. Which way does that work? Like that? Yeah. Patreon's also locked by the country's government, which is also in the Patreon FAQ. What? How is anyone supposed to like use it then? Like, obviously, how do I do this? I'm being dumb right now. Cause like if they still support it there, like what's even the point? Cause it doesn't even seem like anyone can. That work? It did work. So what's confusing about whatever I just did is I pretty much just appended this entire item into that bundle. So I could run this like 3-4 times and there should be 4 of them. Maybe. No? I tried, and like the fact that they shipped told me it's not gonna work when I signed up, but it's 18 plus and I'm not bothering with that. Huh? That's interesting. They're just like, nope, it's not gonna work for you. Does this append work? Get entity. Type equals item. T equals. I'm gonna do it this way again. Minecraft bundle. It is in there. Why won't it let me append another one? So if I pick up this and I drop this now, will that actually? It's not looking like it wants to add another one. This is what append is supposed to do, right? They advise using VPN and access servers that are locked by the government. What? There's like, yeah, use some stuff that you can't actually legally use. Like, what? How can a company promote that? Also, am I being dumb about appending? They should add it to the list, right? And bundle contents is a list. Maybe I should do it from this side so I'm closer to that one. Let's put the bundle here and let's go here. Okay, I'm clearly doing something wrong. Because for some reason, there's no other items near me, right? Yeah. I just can't append any more than one item. which doesn't make sense because I thought append was supposed to add stuff to the list, you know? Right? I'm going crazy. Why not? Why no append? Okay, well, clearly I gotta try something different. It's not the target selector, I don't believe. Just because it was able to do the spruce. But maybe, you know, who knows? Maybe it is. Or is it different for the mate? It might be different. Hold on. Let's look at the item here. No, item just contains the ID and the count. That's all I need. Where's appending that? To bundle contents. Do I have to specify that this is a list? Sometimes it does. It requires that. It's weird. No. Come on, sometimes that works. Does it specify that type? No. This usually indicates like the stuff inside, which doesn't really make sense in this case. Maybe I throw it here though, like that. No, not getting any bigger. But there's a bit of a controversy with the government, so that's why they advise against the lock, and I believe it's the same for Russia, but a less strong form. Oh. So it's like it gets right into the political sphere with that stuff. Interesting. Because I've never really heard of any of this. Okay, I feel like I'm being dumb. Where's Ofek? He's like the master of all the things with Minecraft. Where? Please tell me he's still here. We got an issue with item contents that I don't know. I could try different things. We could do prepend. No, not one bit. Anyway, that's our politics now. Back to video recording. We should try recording on stream. I'm not sure it's gonna go as planned. That's what that's what I kind of do right now. The thing is, though, I will say, a lot of, what I'm recording here never will make it to a video, right? So it does take up a lot of space. But one thing that can help is I do have a button to instantly make Twitch clips. So I hit that whenever I do something that I want in a video. Also, I'll try insert, like you say. Oh, it needs an index. That's a little different. No. Insert just lets you choose like where to start. Think -1's gonna work? No. I don't think the difference between append, prepend, and insert is what's causing this not to work. But it's weird, Index, yeah, I have one in there. But I think either way it doesn't really affect it. It's weird. Can you show the whole command? Yeah. Well, this is the insert one. We're modifying the item. The closest one is a bundle. We're throwing it inside the bundle contents list. Append, prepend, insert, whatever, from another entity. This is the nearest item that isn't a bundle. and we're grabbing its item data. And it not do anything. Maybe check if the selector's working. The thing is the fact that the fence worked is making me think that the selector is working. You know, I can get the first item in. So obviously it's selecting the first item. So I don't think it's the selector's issue. Because it's able to grab the data the first time. But it's something to do with, you know, once it's got the first one in, it doesn't want to add a second one. You know? Which is quite annoying. Because, like, this is clearly right. I think it's something to do with whether or not I'm specifying it inside the list or outside the list, like with these. And so, but I've tried that already. It's the only other thing. No entity was found. You're right. It despawned. But at that point, it's going inside of these items and it's not finding anything. So if I do that now, boom. Can you get data of a bundle that already has multiple things? You make a great point. Hold on. Okay. Okay, yeah, I can go inside here. Components has that. Am I good to just use bundle contents? No, but I'm guessing it's because I need to specify its Minecraft bundle contents. Okay, now all of a sudden we want to work. Think you need brackets at the end? I've tried that. I think it's this. Throw these around. Hit enter, you know it's not gonna work because I don't have this here. Oh, threw that item off the ground. Okay. Birch stair. Birch stair in here. Perfect. Swap the item. Button. It's in there. I just got a tiny window saying tiny file dialogues Minecraft crashed. Oh well. No more Minecraft for you. But we got this figured out now. I was just naming it wrong. It failed to load GFX. I'm not even sure what that is considered in the game. I don't know much like with the rendering pipeline of the game. Except for the fact that we cull faces, which is pretty obvious, but because I watched a video about like someone making their own Minecraft, and they went into a lot of detail about how they culled faces across chunks and stuff. It was interesting, but not much after that. By the way, the ad is going, so I must wait, because I'm very nice, of course. I reset my scores for Infinite Parkour because they got ridiculously high after I was testing stuff, so that I could technically set my own high scores now. Oh, still didn't beat my 129. Oh well. I just realized I upgraded my whole system, including the launcher, and since I'm on Nick's OS, by the way, and I had it use external GLFW instance, it makes total sense. Prism launcher also updated. I'm happy that makes sense to you. I'll tell you what didn't make sense to me. Okay. So we figured out the proper thing. I just didn't do this, which is fun. But this should actually throw all the items on. So I could spawn all the items on the ground. The good thing about using this is that I could specify through here the what was it called? So, okay, I'll show you. I'll show you. It's hard to explain, but all the items have data on them that tell you what bundles to go in, and I can specify based on that now. Specifically, editor bundle ID and editor position and bundle. Yay. So I could target select based on all that. And like make sure they run in order. I wonder if I can make them merge all their data at once or if they would get out of order. We might need to do a little loop to go like one item at a time. Which is what we currently do, but you know, it'd be a little different. Just because of the data. So I think what we need to do is instead of doing this, we throw this also into an item dictionary, and then we just spawn all the bundles on the ground with all the items, and then we just target select through them all and insert all the items they need, which is funny to think about. And then kill all the items at once afterwards. It's kind of funny to me. Alright, new loot table. We have blocks.json, we're gonna have bundles.json. Bink. Hello. I like how there's instantly an error if you just don't have brackets. Why don't use a chest? The issue with the chest, so it will only let me summon in all of the items inside the bundle or inside the loot table, and we don't want all of these inside of a bundle because we only want the ones, or like we don't want all the items in one bundle. We have specific bundles we need them inside of. And I think it's easier to target select the items if they're on the ground than inside of a chest. I'm probably wrong, but I know that it works, so I can do it now. So might as well. You know. I mean, might as well. Since I can delete all the entities in the same frame, I don't think it really lags much. I think... You think what is the easier way to do this? Is this the easier way to do this? Or is your way the easier way to do it? I totally missed what you're trying to do. Basically, all of the game's blocks are inside of this loot table. And I need to insert them into bundles for the editor, and they specify here in the data which bundle they go to based on the ID and the position they are in. So we're gonna summon all these on the ground and then insert them into the bundles, but I'm making a loot table so I can summon all the bundles as well. I totally missed what you're trying to, I already read that one. You're talking about the summon items, a better idea? Okay, good. Boohoo, code optimization. I keep my code indecipherable, awful, and running slower than a snail. Hello, James the Frogger. How you doing today? That sounds like exactly what we were doing, and just look at how well that motivated people to work on the project. It worked like a charm. This pool's a list. Yeah, probably. Okay. You doing good? Nice. Good to hear. Right now, I don't know if did you hear the part where I said just right before where I told how I'm trying to put these items into the bundles? It sounds ridiculously complex to get bundle IDs and indexes from data. I think it's better than doing it through this big JSON clump. You don't think you have? Okay. Basically, all of Infinite Parkour's items, you do know about Infinite Parkour, right? Oh, do I have to also describe that? Anyway, all the items are in here in this loot table, and I'm going to summon them all on the ground, and then we're going to insert it into the editor's bundles through black magic, aka data merge. You have watched before? Oh, fun, nice. Then I don't have to describe everything. Let's go. Anyway, let's go make the bundles into a table. I should probably just copy this low key. All I have to do is just rolls 1, and then more stuff. Twitch player crash. What? Yeah, everyone's crash, or are we good? It would be funny. What's up with this being all wrong? Map like? Wait, is pools a map like and I'm dumb? No, oh, it needs to be inside a map like. Okay, let's get you inside your map like so you stop getting mad at me. There we go. 5 for me. Okay, cool. James the Frog is just having a great time today. Nothing done, maybe. Oh, where did you just come from? Stupid autocomplete. I don't want this. No, I do not want your suggestion. Why are the only 2 options for that is accept the suggestion or make sure it's always showing up? What? It's just a client issue. I've been having it a bunch lately. Only when Twitch has been crashing. Only Twitch has been crashing. It's the video player though. That sounds really enjoyable to just have to always deal with that. But is that weird that that suggested by the only 2 options is like have more of this? No, I want you to go away. Type. Well, yeah, that's inside. Item. Boop. You can't escape. No, it won't let me. Look, I have to indent here, and it wants me to use its stupid suggestions. You don't even know what I want to do, game. Minecraft bundle. It's just stuck with me. Okay, what else do we need? We gotta make it a function. Okay, that is true. I want to do that. You're right. Since you have all the items described in JSON, can't you just make it raw bundle data at this point? As in insert all the items directly. The thing is, I want to be able to modify. Oh no! You're saying like something where I just merge this into here. If you can do that with if you can do that using loot table functions, let me know. But I don't think so. Just because the only real hiccup is I need to specify between different blocks into the different bundles. You know? Let me take a space between name and bundle. Don't think it makes much difference, but I'll do it. Function. Yes, I want to set components. Stop freaking out. Yeah, anyway, I think the only reason why I can't just like merge data directly on is just because I need to select based on like those IDs, and you know, that's when things get complicated. But I think I know how to do it with macros, so it'll be good. Here we go. Okay, where does bundle color get stored? Or is it in the name? Let's find out. It is in the name. Okay. Yeah, no, it says it right there. I'm so smart. It's like everything else in this game. Okay. This part will hand type all of the bundles anyway, because we already were doing that here. Although this, I will admit, this was pretty nice. I'm gonna go rewatch the last Infinite Parkour video because it's been a while. That's true. What did we do last time in that video? Oh, it was me adding the new blocks. Yeah, I will say that will catch you up pretty perfectly because not much has happened in between then and now. Pretty much just the 2 streams beforehand, and that has a total of like 5 changes that we've done so far. So yeah, have fun doing that though. It will catch you up. I need to do custom names, and then we need to put the slot data on here somehow. Let's figure that out. Here we go. I'm gonna split screen this. This will be so much easier if I just like, where is it? Oh, look at that. It's beautiful. First one's green. Is it green bundle or lime bundle? I think it's a lime bundle, right? Let's see. It's a green bundle. Okay, you know what? I'll stop questioning it. Here we go. First one. I could do custom names and stuff, right? I should probably put block dictionary, or not block dictionary, the other loot table blocks, so I have a reference of like what I can and can't do. Can I put it here? I can. This is this is looking worse by the second. Harder to read, of course, the best. Here we go. So inside of components, we could do item model, but I won't change that. Item name, which we will change. And this one is solid blocks. Although, why do we have an underscore there if we don't need it? Or do we? I think there's something with like how macro references work where there couldn't be a space. Right? That was the issue we had. Probably. I'll keep it for now. I won't need to specify color because we already did that. Slot data and stuff needs to be separate. We could add a lore entry here if we want. Because I mean, we do with all the blocks, but there's not much to specify, right? These don't have... Well, actually, no, I don't think you can do... You don't want to do lore entries on here because look how big the screen already is, you know? Like, there's like no point. So I might as well not, you know? Okay. That's all we really need then. Oh, they need their IDs too. Because we need some way to select them. Can items just have data? Maybe? No? Custom data? There it is. That's what we do here, right? Well, we put on entity data. But can I also do custom data? Hey. Straight up custom data is sick. Okay. In here, we just need to include slot. I believe that's everything we need. And then we just add more entries? No, it's the same pool, but we just add more to the pool. Yeah, okay. I remember now. I'm probably going to do all the bundles here just because it's quick. Because like I said with the blocks, I'm not adding all the blocks until I have all the systems for the blocks made. But I could do all the bundles just because there's only 3 of them, so it's not hard to hard code. I just change that, and this. And then do another one real quick. And this one's red. And it's not called solid blocks, it's special blocks. Okay. I should probably test to make sure this works. Here we go. Loot. Give me loot. Infinite Parkour blocks. Where's bundles though? Oh, I didn't reload. I'm dumb. Okay. I don't know why I typed all that the whole command out and then just like didn't. Abby, hey, welcome to the stream. How are you today? Thanks for coming by. Right now I'm working on Infinite Parkour, which is a data pack I've been working on, where you parkour infinitely on blocks that spawn in front of you, and they're based on like different packs that you can make. You can make your own like custom jumps and stuff. And right now we're making the editor bundles right here. Instead of being hard coded through dictionaries, or not hard coded, but like made through big old dictionary searches, we're gonna make it based on work on loot tables, which these just got summoned from here and are identical except for they're missing their items, so it worked. Let's double check the data. Here we go. Custom data slot 9. Okay, we're good. 8 picked that up. We're good. So, yep. Now we're good to get all these items in. What's fun is the filler items, too. Getting those to all work. Okay. But yeah, so now now they're all in all the bundles are in a loot table. Back over to here. This mess. We need to get these all on the ground and start throwing all the data in, all the blocks. So, well, we don't need that anymore. You know, I'm just gonna build these. I'll just use this. Okay, items in here. Yeah, this is where we want to be. So this has two different things to it that I don't need to worry about. One of them is storing the player's items. So I don't want to touch that. But the other thing is the bundles. So we're touching all this down here. Mojang added the copper golem? Wait, what? Hold on. I saw a notification from someone that included that, but I had no idea. Wait, did they release a bunch of stuff about the next drop? What? Is this true? I noticed they posted a little teaser on Instagram. Wait, that's actually crazy. That's interesting. You saw that Cam Man short? Is that where he put it? That's funny. I now remember why we had all the data organized this way, because it was a lot easier. But in theory, all I'll do, give bundles is the right. I'm just gonna make sure this is the right one to run. Yeah, okay. It just happens right after the store items, so we could do it here. I could technically, could I spawn all the items on the player and they won't pick them up yet? Is that a strategy? If it happens all in the same frame? I mean, I might as well just like do it in like a corner of the room. I believe, let me turn on my gizmos. There's a marker down here, right? Yes. And a chest here. I forgot about. I don't think it has anything though. Oh yeah, this is the back room, so don't worry about that. Oh, there we go. So I think we could do it all down there, and technically all the items in the one frame will just be like in the block. You're back after the video. How was it? I don't remember when you left, but basically we got all these inside of a loot table now. Boom. All the new items. That's what we did. I have a number 6 in my hand. Also, we just found out that Mojang added copper golems, and they like release a bunch of info about the next drop. And I still don't know why you need loot tables. Well, how else would I get the data? I'm not hard coding all of the bundles, like contents. I'm not hard coding all the contents. Is the idea? Because instead, I'm just gonna insert them in an automatic system, and that way I just have to add blocks to this loot table, and it'll go on the bundles automatically. I didn't have this screen on, but yeah, I could just add stuff here, and then it'll insert here. So you use loot tables to fill the player's inventory bundles. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, Abby, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, just the bundles that they need for the editor is how it's gonna work here. That follow scared the. I don't realize how loud it is. Is it like terribly loud? Oh yeah, no, it's actually louder than my voice. Okay, we're turning that down. I just looked up and saw how loud that was. It's a funny animation. I made that like 3 years ago. I turned it down. I didn't realize it was that loud. We're good now. We're good now. No, yeah, no, I animated that one myself. And then I had it set up, and then it just didn't play for, like, all the other notifications. But now it does. So that's fun. Okay. So, back over to here. I forget the best selector to get that entity in the corner. But I know we do it somewhere. Probably over here. Wait. No? Not here? I think we probably summon it here, right? Am I crazy? Summon marker. Here it is. It's IPE EMF. Also, I wanted to ask you, how do you make the jump previews, scaling the coordinates, rotating all the entities around a set point? That was not what I did. That's what OFAC did, I'll tell you that. But I could still show you. It's in here, in the hologram function. I'm not gonna lie, this part of the code scares me. There's a lot here. To create one, we summon a block display that is just like Pelic would. And I believe everything rides this entity. Let's see. Places other stuff. Summons another block display for the loading animation. Where does it do all the magic here? Yeah, no, there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. A lot of math right here. Here's all the math stuff to figure out, like, the exact positions that they should be at every frame. And I'm not gonna pretend that I can explain it to you perfectly, because I didn't make it, but yeah, it's a lot. I won't lie to you. Okay, back on over. So I could just like execute at nearest entity type equals marker tag equals IPE environment. We'll just do everything there. Like, you can't just convert scoreboard value into a floating point coordinate without making a loop that increments it, can you? Into a floating point coordinate. I mean, in theory, if you just like use like massive scales, I think you get around the floating point issue. I can go back over. Yeah, that's there's the scale size. It's 1/16,000th. So we blow all the numbers that big in the scoreboard. Just to, you know, make sure we're good. Let's see here. Calculates these offsets, I think, every frame, right? I'm seeing if OFAC's still here. OFAC, how did you do this? But yeah, it grabs this from these scoreboards. It gets like the positions and all from there. And does this iterate? Yeah. Okay, this is an iterative. This one repeats every second. I'm guessing for every block. Possibly. Flaming, welcome here. How you doing? We're making all the bundles into what's it called? Loot tables. Yeah, there we go. Figured it out. Remembered it. So that's what we're doing right now, and then we're gonna insert it. Yeah, no, the scale is probably the part you're asking about, right? So we just scale them huge, as you can see, and then we're able to do the math, and it actually looks good. This is the hologram. I was showing him the hologram, but you know, we just started. Here's all the bundles in their data, and I'm gonna throw all the items into them because they don't have their items yet. And we're gonna make that a function, so I don't have to manually add every item into each bundle, which is a lot of fun. Okay. So at there, let's do one of these. Loot. Spawn. Here we go. Is Infinite Parkour stuff in the autofill? Yeah. Bundles first. I think I'll probably just do all the bundles and all the blocks at this one position. Infinite Parkour blocks. You know. Surely nothing bad will happen here. Oh, we can make this loop really easily by just repeating until there's no more entities nearby that aren't bundles. That'd be a quick way to make sure we have all of the items. The only thing that might suck is the filler items. The way that we did before is that they all had their filler items first, and then we replaced them, right? I believe. This triple dictionary search is like the worst thing to ever look at. I don't like going down there. I'd rather just like make a super small thing up here and then get rid of that. So, in theory, as we're gonna do it as all the bundles. We'll make the bundles do it all at the same time, like their first, second, third, fourth, fifth, seventh, eighth, ninth item. Probably works. Let's see. MBT equals item ID. Oh wait, this isn't gonna. This won't work because the bundle IDs are all different. I should give them a selector instead. Well, we should probably give them a selector. Let's go do that. After the custom data. Well, I know I probably could just like search for the custom data because it's like the only thing that's gonna have the custom data. But I'd rather yeah. Can I do tags here? Or do I just put it in custom data? I think I should put it in custom data. Slot 9. Although, I can't just like put a string here because that's all I need is like a string. Am I dumb? I'm probably dumb. These are technically like items, and so they're not technically. They're all items, so they're not like technically entities yet, so they can't have tags. Right? That's the idea. So I guess I'll just give it custom data and then check for that. And it's gonna be like, you know, something dumb. IP bundle. It just needs to be a value. It doesn't even really matter. I'll just select based on this. Because we have so many numbers or so many items here at the same time. It feels inefficient, but it's okay. Item. Components. I think it's one of these. Data, right? And then it's, what is it called? Just IP bundle. Like that. Right? That's how I have it here. Yeah. Hopefully that works. We could test it, but before we do that, I'm just going to make it so at the end here it'll kill them all. This one. I'm also going to add a distance. Here we go. So after all this runs, it's going to kill all the items. Yeah. I'll just double check. Is give bundles a function definition? Yeah. Yeah, this little thing here is defining everything indented underneath as a function in the compiler. I could also show you over here in data, go under function. It goes into the items folder, I believe. Unless I'm blind. Or it's gonna be under editor first. Items. Then it's here. The way you know that is because give bundles here is an items.mc function, and then that's in an editor folder down here. So it gets, transferred over. I'm back. I got to work. Do you want me to show you? Ooh. That would be cool. Oh, like we were yelling at you earlier because Infinite Coder had questions about like the holograms. But I think we figured it out now. I'm unsure if he has any more questions. But yeah, if you wanna. Oh, what about the holograms? I forget. He was pretty much just like, how did you make the previews, the scaling, the coordinates, rotating all the entities? I showed him the code. But yeah. Entity item. Scale argument. Let's just double check that this is working. Just to make sure the selector is actually gonna get the bundles. And we should see 3 high chats. Alright, we're gonna see 3 highs when I reload here. Maybe it's only when I enter the edit. Or wait, no, it's only when I step over here. Uh-oh. Alright, well, something didn't work. It's probably the selector. How are you do? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's summon the items on me, and then double check those selectors are working. Let's see here. Selected item. It's got IP bundle. Now let's go back over to here, so I can actually drop these. And I'm just gonna copy over what I had over here. Except I'm gonna remove the distance check. Okay, this is not working. Item. Components. Minecraft custom data. Because I'm missing the B. Yep. Because I was missing the B. Alright. So let's make the a world-renowned change here. And hit one of these. And run on back. There they are. Are they going every frame? Yeah. Okay. It's funny that the names actually show up in chat. That's really funny. Alright, ads are playing right now, so I'll think what do you want to show me? No, I'm kidding. Not just when ads are playing, but oh, I fell. Once again. Do you think I could beat 127 this time? Get out of here. I probably could. So I can't put the contents in the loot table directly. Just because it's more work. I'm doing more work now, so I don't have to do more work later. Because I don't want to have 2 entries for the same items. Instead, it'll just put them into the bundles for me. The goal is to make it so whenever I want to add an item, I just have to add an entry into the loot table and not touch any of the other code. Yeah, no, Flaming, these items are summoning on the ground on purpose right now. Don't worry about it. It's just because I have the deleting item code off right now. Why is it more work? Because, okay, it's based on the principle that I want this to be data driven, right? And I want to only be needed to add an entry in one location for it to update all of the code, which is like pretty much what we're at. But adding it to the bundle as well, which I know is just like a copy paste, still just makes it take longer to add items and goes against that idea. Pretty much. I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the concept. It's not that difficult either. But that way, if I want to add like 20 more blocks, it's really quick. I'm using those items somewhere else. Yes, I'm using these items. You saw them as they were spawning, right? I'm also using these items to place in these markers. You just wouldn't see those items spawn because we're going to make sure there's no items that drop. But they're used everywhere in the code. It's also going to be replacing the code that, you know, spawns items in the editor or lets you place them in the editor. They're going to be everywhere. With the whole point of just having one reference point. Okay, back to... Wolf also DM me. Ooh. Here, that's what I'll do. Want to see what Ofx cooking? Hold on. Let me make this temporary file. Where'd it go? Hello. This is what Ofx just sent me. See this? So, he's making a compiler that works in JavaScript, right? So, let's see. So, he's defining, this is how I'm guessing this is how the syntax is going to work. He's defining 2 functions by just doing mcf.a and mcf.b. And then here's the code inside the functions. Defining a function called test that runs both of these functions. So he's running these functions using these like calls in this new one called test. So test runs A and B. Okay. An anonymous function is just constant. Is this valid syntax? This will be for his compiler because it's JavaScript. Yeah. I mean, are you just talking about in general because there's no underlines? I think it's just because it identified it was JavaScript. Yeah, it's identifying it's JavaScript, and I guess it is. So I guess it's just valid to JavaScript too. Anyway, so if you want to make an anonymous function with no name, you just do constant anonymous equals, and then you just set it equal to the function. And then inline anonymous function. So this one's named, but as you're like in a function, if you want to just have another one, you just pop this down and make a new one that is inside the parentheses. So this is a secondary function here inside of this one. The const anonymous equals is just if you want to refer to it later. Okay, so you don't even need this part. This is only if you want to reference anonymous later. Gotcha. Minecraft macro and JavaScript template. So let's see here. This is the anonymous function. It is running with a macro, and then you just add it here so that this macro, this has the contents. I see. That's interesting. And then generating code dynamically. Oh, I recognize these. So he's setting items equal to an array that have names and models. And then he's setting book equal to an empty string. And then I'm guessing this is a loop for every item inside of here. So like every one of these. It is appending to book this give command with the macros for each of these items and like their contents, and then you're just running it at the end. Yeah, okay. That was super easy to read. I'll tell you that. I was just like, okay. That's pretty sick. So yeah, no, you're able to just generate, and then basically I could add more entries here, and then it would generate a big give command here that will just run and give me everything that is in here. That's pretty simple. With like, you're able to just like have for loops and stuff, this is crazy compared to like an MC function file where you gotta do some backwards calling itself at the end of the function and having a way to terminate, to where now it's just like, yep, loop for every item and items. Like, that's crazy. That's sick though. Move to recycle bin. Gone. That is pretty amazing. OFEC's cooking. But when is OFEC not cooking? Let's be real. Okay. So this is not working. I'm able to execute these commands right here as every bundle. So now we're gonna need to loop. Which is weird. The only thing now is it fast and optimized? Well, in theory, Flaming, the code I showed you that OFEC made would just compile into one MC function. My question, OFEC, will it compile into just all the give commands in like one line, or like in a file automatically, and then just run that at runtime? So you don't actually have any loops running during gameplay. Yeah, you define a new function. I gotcha. Is the contents of the function generated, I'm guessing, when your compiler runs and not during runtime? I will obviously not after I said that out loud. So yeah, you gotta run it. Yeah. So the loops and stuff will just happen when you compile, but then when you ship the final product, it's just you have all those give commands in a file. But obviously you didn't have to type all 20 of them out or all 100 of them out. You just had to define the stuff that's actually different between the code, and it made it for you. Do like that. Okay. In that time, I'm gonna make, I guess, a loop here. What was the question? Oh, but you'll be right back. Oh, okay. No, I kind of answered my own question. I think you're good. What is all this? But Flaming asked if it was fast optimized. Flaming had a question for you, but yeah. I'm not sure he's back, so. Anyway, what is this? Why does it think I want to do this? Else if? Are we... So the auto-generative code is just... has no idea what's going on. I'm guessing after I pasted that JS in here, it thinks that like this is actually JavaScript now or something. I have no idea what that block even related to. Okay. Now this is running. All we gotta do is probably just a quick modify. Yeah. Okay, this will work. Item dot. I did just figure this out. No, I did not ask Copilot anything. What? No. What? I didn't give it anything. Just get out of here. What did I even click on? Copilot, get out of here. Okay, let's see what I was doing here. The path that I need to use. Here it is. I'm gonna steal this pretty much. There we go. Okay. Throw this here. Oh, fix back. Okay. The only question Flaming had for you was if the compiler was super speedy and fast. Okay, but we're gonna change this part. Just whoa, 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 whoa. And let's go back over to block. The block. Back to the block. Where's the block? Wait. Yep. Yep. Here. It should be fast enough if it is what I think it is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because it's just gonna generate all the files beforehand, and that would be pretty quick. And then on runtime, it'll have no loops or any stuff. He saw a weird spot in the sky, and you know what happened some time ago? That's terrifying. I can't even imagine. Yeah. I mean, the game. Yeah. In game. Flaming, in game, the TPS should be good just because it's just like normal code. It's like it's as if I typed out all those give commands myself into a file. And so it should be fine. Really, the lag at that point is depending on the player and what they put in the functions. But like that loop that you saw wasn't actually a game loop. Like it wasn't a function loop. That's like the major difference. If you do mc.functionName equal content, it will save the function name without any additional code. You'll just have a function with that name. Or that's weird. Or I guess it technically could be useful. Okay. We gotta grab this. Which is a little far. It's a little deep. On property assignment. Gotcha. Which I totally know a lot about. I know a lot about that. So this is gonna get a little much because we have to do item, components, Minecraft entity data. Okay. Data. it's getting a little dense. And then in here, it's editor bundled ID. Yeah. Or I guess I want it based on the position of the bundle. But I'd also like this to match. You know, and then this is, we can figure that out. And then this is gonna be a macro. Don't worry about this. I'll figure out that in a second, and then we also have to do it based on editor position in bundle. And this will also be a macro I gotta figure out. Okay. So this is how this new code's gonna work. We need two macros. One's going to be the position in the bundle, which is going to increment every loop. This is gonna be a looped function. And that's the only thing that's going to change after every loop, is it's going to go from 0 up through the numbers in the A and B letters, because we have those. And then bundle ID is a macro that is just dependent on the actual entity that's using this data. Which might be a little confusing. Because how do I get both that inside the data, or like in data. I think the way I'm gonna need to do it is by inserting it into each of the bundle's custom data. The number that we're incrementing, the position in bundle, will be inside the custom data. That way it's all in the same area for the macro, right? Because if you look over in the bundles, they have their slot right here in custom data, and so I'm just gonna need to add a spot here for the current slot that we're on. This way that they're all in order, if that makes sense. So we'll do that. Oh wait, ID's not based on slot. Wait, I'm being dumb. I never specified the ID. I'll have to do that too. Okay. Oh, why did I add the ID here? This feels like redundant because it's kind of the same thing as slot, but it's okay. I'd rather have them separate, I think. I think so. I think it's a little annoying to have a lot of data, but yeah. You know, instead of IP bundle, I could just check for an ID. Well, it would run a little differently. I would do as all items if data entity, and then check for its existence. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'd rather do that. Yeah, okay. I'd rather do it just so I could clean up some of this. Quick detour. If data entity, oh, and then it's gonna be item dot components. That's how you spell components. Oh, add time. Components dot Minecraft custom data. Yep. Dot ID. There we go. Hopefully that selector works. I'm not gonna check it right now. I'll find out quickly, I'll tell you that. Okay. So now this macro should just be ID. I also have to add the line. Hold on. Plus with entity. Like that. Except this is gonna have to be a double macro. That's the fun part of this. Hold on. We're about to double macro this thing because as this entity, I need to insert the data into ourselves. Item dot come. Whoa, here we go. Dot custom data. And then I get to choose what we call it. What should we call it? What? Oh, we can just call it index. Totally won't be confusing. It'll be fine. Set. So where do I store that to begin with? Oh, we need a, okay. Before the first one runs, we need to set the first one to 0. I'm being dumb here. Doing a merge means I have to, like, type this entirely differently. Yep. Minecraft custom data. And I just need to set index. This is gonna be weird. I need to make it a string though. I know this is weird, but I need it to be this way because I'm gonna set it to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 AB. Thank you, OFX, for the AB. Okay. Now we need to make this an empty string or an empty or anonymous function. Real quick. Move this up, indent down here. Probably indented with store or entity. There we go. Oh, I could specify, right? Yeah. Dot. This is getting confusing quickly. Hold on. Minecraft custom data. I need water. Big gulps. We're good. I think this is the right way to reference this. I don't remember if this is exactly right in the compiler, but we could quickly check. Editor, items, new bundles. It won't be in here. It will be in internal 8. Is this right? No, it'll be internal 9. Yeah, we're good. Just had to double check. But we're a-okay. Patreon. Actually, since Patreon has Payoneer as another payment option, it is possible to check out builders, except that they explicitly tell you to use a different country when registering. So they just want you to lie about your location. But, I mean, hey, if you can get the money, it's good for you. But that's really like weird if they have to tell you to lie about your location while signing up. I'll tell you that. Okay. This needs to be this now, and then this needs to be index. Wait, did editor position a bundle? Hold on. Hold up. Go to the loot table. I actually have no idea because we haven't gotten an item with position and bundle as high enough, but I don't know if this will be fine if we set this to A and B later. Probably fine. And they also want you to prove that you live there, so apparently not an option. Wait, they want you to prove that you live there too afterwards? What? Instead of store all of the block, why not just register all the paths at the end of the module and then store the block in the world with a clone? Well, the blocks aren't actually blocks. They're all markers. And also having that all in the world's, yeah, not really data driven. Which is the goal. We're making a lot of things data driven. Just like how Minecraft did that in like 1.8 and are still doing. Right? Is that when they started doing all that? I'm probably wrong. It's probably like 1.12. Can't clone entities. I'm not sure about that. I think that might be possible. You can do it in structure blocks. That's like the one area you can. Speaking of which, we were trying to come up with a way to be able to, you know, send people jump packs and like copy over the data. And we were coming up with an idea about like using a structure because it can contain entities and putting all the data on an entity and like merging it in. But like the hard part is honestly having the game realize that there's another pack automatically. It's weird. But yeah, we've been trying to figure that one out. Okay, where are we at now? Over to here. Yeah, we gotta increase index. Okay. I kind of had something down here. No, I might steal right here. Yeah, you can do it with structure blocks. You can also copy entities by summoning an entity and copying data. Yeah, that's only if you already had like the data like present somewhere in the world and then merging it over. F3 plus I to copy block data. I didn't even know about that. Hold up. F3I. Oh wow. That's a thing that we can just do. I had no clue. Hold up. Did we did anyone know about this? The only issue is you have to be creative, and we're technically like at some point, well, we never really let the player be in creative mode. At some point they won't be able to. I mean, except for in the editor, but like that will change in the future. So we put stuff into a chest, copy it. Yep. There it is, items. This is interesting. I think the one issue would just be character limit. You know, because the jump packs, they get big, and then be able to like place this in. I mean, you could probably do a thing where like we put it in a command block, modify it so like the coordinates are relative, and then it throws that actual item in. But like character limit, yeah. At least with the entity, I think we get around some of that. I'm not sure. I don't do entities have character limits on their data? Is that true? Okay. So how I did it before is I set a scoreboard that I reset later to the current increment slot, and then I just do a check where if it's between 0 and 9, I just increased it. And then if it wasn't, then we set it to A and B. Yeah, it's a whole system. They introduced custom UI. I did hear about that and saw a little bit about that. We could totally use that for something. You know, they also have input fields there. We can replace the book with that too. Like in the editor, when you're naming a new jump pack, we could replace the book with a UI. That's one thing we could definitely do. I mean, it's nice to have things in world, so I still like having the arrow buttons for stuff inside the actual map. But like stuff where you have to physically type, I think will be better with the UIs. And then you can import. Yeah, we can import jump packs through a UI. Is another thought process. I don't know if those have character limits. Do the UI input boxes have character limits? I'm not sure. But yeah, that might be another method. The one thing that just sucks is like there is a really easy way to do it because all the data is already inserted into like files, so like just transfer the file over, but then the game doesn't recognize them. So we were trying to do something about that and use that instead, but yeah, it became a whole thing. Okay, I think I have to use a temporary score here just because it's easy to increment scores. Copy data also to 0. You could paste the command into the input field. Yeah. Oh, I already read that. Okay, I'm great at that. I always look back and be like, did I read that? And then I end up reading it again. I'll just set the score to 0 first, and then, you know, not do this yet. Do a quick execute. Here we go. Store result. Or entity. Why did I delete the previous command if I was just going to type it all again here anyway? Wait, can this only be numbers? Uh-oh. This will be an issue later. Well, that's why I manually set it to A and B. Down here, right? Yeah. Right here. I'm being dumb. What did I do before then? I just do set from storage. Okay. Where do I increase it? I think I probably use the macro zone incrementing data. It's a mess down there. Or not ID. This is the wrong reference. Index. Well, right now it doesn't matter because I'm just gonna put this here. Why did I copy half of scoreboard? That's a quick way to get the numbers to be equal in both areas. Rodrigo's going to say the last few updates are adding stuff we would never expected, and some of it they even explicitly said that they won't add. That is true. Honestly, I think they've been cooking recently with the updates. I agree. Like, the fact that they're also bringing back old mob votes, that's really exciting. And the drops is kind of like the perfect format to like add like one new mob, because you just get it so much faster. Hopefully they remember all the mobs that they were gonna add with the Phantom. What if they brought all those like annoying mobs? I don't even remember them. It was so long ago. I just remember like they were all kind of just like annoying, or at least they were all going to be challenging, something like that. Okay, so all I gotta do now is a lot of fun stuff. Imagine if they would remove some old features. it'd be really great if they could remove a certain entity from the game, a certain mob maybe. Nah, they would never. That's like the one thing I don't think they'll ever do is remove, like, even like entire entities, entire mobs. Like, they'll rework stuff. They'll never just like completely remove. It's a little what happened with commands with the transition from 1.12 to 1.13. That's okay. That makes sense. Like, the command stuff, they refactor and they don't like fully remove some commands. They just rework them and put them other places. They removed cut string though. I don't even remember what that is. But is that just like tripwire hook? I don't even remember. Micro can't always grow in size. I know, but in the same way, they can't just remove the Phantom if it's like in half their merch or like some of their merch. Like, they removed the option to modify player data. We already can't modify player data. They should add that option. I think that's a great idea. No, they've explained why they couldn't already. Okay. In theory, no, all you gotta do is just increase the number. Oh, should I delete the item while I'm here? You could disarm tripwire hooks with shears, and it was the base for many string dupers. Oh, the disarmed tripwire. I had no idea that was a feature. Wait, what? An entire Minecraft feature that just went like under the radar for me. That is, I guess, okay, you know what, you caught me. They removed something. Don't think many people are missing it. What would you like to have in a data pack math library? Okay, you know, the first thing that comes to mind is like random stuff, but we already have that. We already have like a lot of also we have a lot of the stuff with like the Minecraft you know, scoreboard operations, and we just have to manipulate those. I know about the conduit. I was around for 1.13, and it's 8 nautilus shells and Heart of the Sea. Prismarine capsule. Did they remove some feature with that? And you're about to tell me about that now. Bad time. It did just snipe you. You'll be back in a minute. Okay. I'm gonna kill the item entity, I believe. You absolutely hate scoreboard math. It's okay. The I guess the really annoying part here. We'll look at it real quick. Is that no matter what you use here, you have to set the first function equal to whatever operation you do with like the second function. That part's really annoying. Yeah, if it was all just in data, although it's just hard to validate like that both data is numbers, right? Maybe, or I'm dumb. I'm probably dumb. It's probably easy. I think I guess the whole reason behind that is they just don't want repetitive stuff. Like, they have it in the scoreboard, people can use the scoreboard, so just force them to use it. Maybe, is that the idea that they went with? Okay. I'm being dumb. Let's kill this item. We'll just, snipe this. I hate the part that they don't do a floating point. You need to create scoreboards to do math. Yeah. Or just float and string variable. Yeah. That, I mean, that pretty much handled it. Yeah. Especially if I'm not doing a data pack, I'd prefer to use TP and data manipulation for math rather than scoreboards. Oh yeah, you could technically do. I just realized you could do math and teleporting because of relative commands. So you could do like, all right, teleport to the number that you need. Teleport 5 more in that direction. But the number after that, you just added. Yeah. I didn't even think about that. You can do sine and cosine. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't even know how. What? Oh. Yeah. With the directional. Right. Yeah, no, cuz that's like that makes it. Oh, okay, I got it. Cuz based on the direction you're facing, you get an angle and then you can do the relative teleporting and then okay. I see it. Okay, so we kill that entity. What I'm going to do is I'm going to probably increment the numbers, check if there's still non-bundle stuff, and then do it again. Well, thanks for letting me know that sine and cosine is available in the game. I didn't even, like, process that idea. You added a log function? How are you doing logarithms? Oh. But you had to do a scoreboard operation. How'd you do logarithms? Well, wait, do we have powers? Do we even have powers? That's one thing I'd like to have. Approximation by integration, the inverse function. How are you doing integration? Spent last night to figure out how to compute tan of the player's rotation, and I couldn't, but I found some cool geometric things you can do. Whoa. You get into the imaginary plane with that? Yeah. We're entering the math territory where I'm starting to get lost. I just noticed that there's one flaw in the code I made. You can't create recursions without using the name of the functions. So you can't have like anonymous recursion. Oh well. So it goes under basic imaginary number, just an E. Uh-oh. Now, there's no way to get Euler's number in the game, is there? Someone's gonna tell me how they did it. Okay. After we kill that, let's increment this number. In theory, I'll do it this way. If score test IP data matches 0 through 9. What's going on here? Oh, imaginary. I love imaginary of the fact that there's some beautiful way to do rotation. Yeah, like the IJKs, or I'm probably lost there. If we want recursions between multiple files, plus you don't want to parse the text yourself. I had to do rain plane intersection for a pack with unit vectors. Not a big deal with a bit of vectorial geometry. You learned of geometric algebra. Uh-oh. Yeah, they're quaternions, not imaginary. That just goes to show how great I am at math. I don't even know what they're called, but is geometric algebra the whole system of proofs? Because that sucks. I don't want to do proofs ever again. It has to be an 8 technically, right? A lot of stuff going on. Okay, let's actually get this in. If we're there, we'll do this again. I'm just gonna copy this. Players add test IP data 1. Okay. If it's 9 though, we're gonna have an issue because we have to set to A. Oh, it knows that. Thanks. But if it's 9 or 10, we still have to increase the number by 1. Imaginary numbers are quaternions, but not always the other way around. So wait, I was right. Bing Roasty, thanks. So I was still right. That the quaternions, imaginary numbers are quaternions. Okay, that's sick. Okay. Well, I want the scoreboard to increase either way. So let's just move this. And then we'll change to just a get. Okay. Oh. That's why this could be 9, and then this has to be 10, and then this has to be 11. There we go. Last thing we gotta do is the recursive check. Oh, and then we also have to give all the bundles to the player. I'll probably just like summon it on the player with 0 pickup time. Or no, I have the slot numbers. I'll use the item command. I'll figure it out. Okay. I hope this works. And then we just have to do execute unless entity at n type equals item distance equals 1 MBT. Well, pretty much just the check before. We're gonna change this. We'll do it as old entities nearby, and then we'll do this. Wait, no, I'm dumb. No, it won't work. Hold on. We'll switch this back to an unless. Or if entity. Yep. MBT does not equal. Or I could just do equals and then make it unless again. Well, no, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. Stop freaking out. Item. ID. Oh, this won't work though because the bundles again. Well, no, they have custom data. I removed it, but we can still check for it. No, I don't want the. What are they? Oh my, I'm getting lost. Oh, Sergio, have a good one. Thanks for coming by. I'll come back if you manage to stream longer than an hour. We'll see. It's hard to fight an AI who could stream forever. What's going on here? A lot of things are going on. Okay. I just have to check if any of these are still around. I can honestly just go to entity data. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Like this. Hey. I like typing both sides of my parentheses. I'm weird. What is this auto generate? I don't want this. I want IP block. Here we go. Isn't there a func call that's recursive like this? Do I even need run? OFAC? I forget. I think this works. Like that. Right? You can do a lot of TP commands. I think you do, don't think you do additions though. You wait, addition with TP commands? We could just do relatives, right? You can do all of it with constants, yeah. I think this is right. Let's see if it go compile. Let's see if it compiled correctly. Should be like eternal 8 or 9. It's around here. This one. No. Eternal 10. Here we go. Run function. Okay, I did it right. Look at our favorite recursive loop. Okay. In theory, we should have bundles that are filled with all their blocks. The last thing we do is have to give them all to the player. I won't need this kill when I'm done, actually, I just realized, because we don't want to kill the bundles because we want those, and we don't need to kill the blocks because I just got rid of them. You're talking about coordinates of other entities? Gotcha. Oh, you can't, like, add, like, displacement of entity into its velocity? That's a great question. Could you do it with, like, leads? Do they do math that you can use? Like, whether or not a lead breaks or not, you can, like, tell how far away something is? And how many blocks it can go? That probably has nothing, but just a thought. Lead is going to take too long. Yeah, it requires a frame, probably. Okay. This should do its thing, and then now I just need to teleport. We're already executing as the bundles, so now I just gotta throw myself into the player's inventory. High velocity compute tangent, but it won't work. Ooh, that sounds so enjoyable trying to figure out tangent. I mean, get sine, get cosine, divide. I can't experiment when my Minecraft doesn't start that when the GLF issue turned to be behavior subs. I'll start investigating. Uh-oh. Good luck. I hope your Minecraft will run. Well, you can't divide and teleport commands. You right. You don't do scoreboards. You're so scared of them. No. That's why you could do it with scoreboards. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's add a place. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. So, boop. Give me a second. No one left, right? I'm back. Everyone ran from me? No. Wait, did the music stop too? The music paused? I didn't tell you to pause. Well, that probably sucked as a break. How did that happen? Okay. I'm not scared of scoreboards. I just don't want to create them with a command block contraption. Yeah. No, I understand that. Also, I just don't like how it's like pretty much guaranteed trailing data unless you remove the objective after every calculation. But then you have just like 2 extra commands to run every time. I think that is like the worst part. is adding the objective, putting your scores in there, doing the math, getting the data in the form that you want, deleting all the objectives. Not fun. Or you keep them there and you just have trailing data for the rest of your life. Honestly, that could be a part of the problem with Infinite Parkour is you don't really remove some of the extra data. Or if we forget to, it's an issue. Like, for instance, please remind me to remove or reset the test score in here. This one. I have to reset that before I'm done. I could just add that here, honestly. Let's do that before it's too late. There we go. You're sick. Dude, if you're doing all your math outside of scoreboards, just salute to you. Which I know it's what you're doing, Infinite Coder, but like that a level of dedication that I haven't seen it much else. Time scoreboard, exactly. But no. You know what? At that point, power to him. Okay. I have to do one last command here. Executing here as all of the... What's it called? As all of the bundles. I'm gonna include this real quick. That way I can get slot number. There we go. So you just have to create like 5. Yeah. There's like 5 extra commands just to do some math in a scoreboard. Anyway, so then here. Why am I dumb? This has to be indented. Yeah. Okay. Last thing we have to do is item command. This entity. Ooh, how do I get to the player? If I'm no longer executing as the player. That's weird. I can do all my math in one scoreboard objective as long as it doesn't require me to store data for multiple entities, but it isn't fun to use. But isn't it fun to use teleport for math? I wouldn't know because I've never used that method. I bet when were scoreboards added? Were people using teleport math before scoreboards were added, or were scoreboards pretty much added when commands were added? Or maybe even before. Like command blocks, really. Obviously, it was not before commands, but like, you know, before command blocks. I don't know the game's history past like 1.5. But just don't ask me about 1.6. Or 1.7, but you know. Yeah. 1.5? Wait, did I guess it on the nose? Is that when that's when they added them? This when scoreboards were added? What? All I know is that 1.5.2 was the redstone update, right? That's like what I have memorized because I remember that update. I remember when they added hoppers and droppers and quartz, and I was like, this is insane. I remember that update. I think 1.2.5 is when they changed the gravel texture. Don't ask me why I know that. I just do. Make 10 scoreboard operation is large, better than 1 TP. I got into Minecraft in about the 1.16 ages. Oh, so you're like newer. Really? It's funny to call that newer, but you know what I mean. So, yeah, you missed the flattening, you missed the, a lot of events in Minecraft history. I mean, unless you've been following it before then, but I'm assuming you weren't. It's funny, I could technically do at P here and it'd be correct, right? But I probably should just do a distance, or a volume. Pre 1.16, you were there when the snapshots were released. I started really playing this year, though. Really? Last 7 months only? That's kind of... That's like... I don't know how to... I wouldn't say crazy, because I don't want to make you sound crazy, but like... It's interesting to think to me about like someone who's coming into this game now. Like, whoa. I can't really imagine coming into this game like right about now with everything that's like all the like changes and stuff. Wow. Okay. What selector do I want to use? Probably this one. We'll use this one. I don't remember what is admin build mode. Let's go find out. Not in here. Is it when they enter the editor? And I did my first command block creation about 1.17. My friend asked me to make a snake mini boss on one command. I actually made a few small maps back then. I absolutely forgot about that. Whoa. Wait, one command? Is it like one of those one command creations where it like actually summons a bunch of more command blocks? Those were the classics. Yeah, okay. Those were awesome. Although you did miss like the peak of that. Like most one block command stuff was like years ago. Before data packs were really that big. Point is, you watch a lot of YouTubes. Oh, okay. So yeah, you knew a lot from YouTube before playing. Is that the idea? A lot of one command. Hey, just like me. I tried creating my own, but I didn't understand the whole command stacking thing. That went like right past me. I was just like, I'm gonna make a bunch of command blocks that do things, and fail at it for a while. This, you know, this is probably in free play or an editor. No, it makes sense to be here. Admin, where is admin build? I love digging the history of YouTubers from time to time. Yeah, I like to do some of that too. It's always interesting to go through the just even like see their videos and like how recent some of them are, and like notice like where they took big gaps and other stuff like that. Start command block 1.12, and I was sad I had to relearn all from 0 and 1.13 release. No, painful. This is how I learned English, and with you, Raccoon John. Really, it's a powerful tool to think about, because like you could just start introducing entirely new concepts, languages to like anyone at like any moment just with an internet connection, and it's like a fun way to learn because it's like passive as you're trying to get like other information from it, you know. And then you just start like building associations way quicker than like a classroom, probably. I don't know. You're more interested in it, so you're more motivated at least. At a minimum, you're more motivated. Okay. Okay. Ofek, did you make this tag? It's literally nowhere in the code. I'm getting no results. Except here. I don't know if Ofek's still here. But what is this tag? No one uses it. I'll just copy it. You're more motivated with YouTube because you want to learn what you want. Yeah, exactly. Compared to just like sit down and figure out what one thing is or another thing is. Inventory.slots is the macro call we're using here. Let me double check. Yeah. Except I'm gonna remove this so I still have autofill. Entity. How do I reference the entire item? I guess it's technically container 1 or .0 for an item. Why am I recompiling Linux firmware? I just added CUDA support to Prism Launcher package. Good luck with you in the Linux world. Update the whole system. Yeah, that's the one thing I love about Linux and like those base systems. It's just the fact you could just like update everything with like a command line input. So much better than like dealing with Windows with updates that you don't even get to like ever see. Like it'll just like randomly like refresh and be like, oh, you actually have an update. And we're gonna update in like 15 minutes or like the next time you restart, and you're forced. Sorry, that's happened, man. I use NixOS. It's even more fun to update stuff here. That's fun. I have very little experience using Ubuntu and Debian, not for my system, but for different systems. So that's about all the knowledge I have. And I did that thing where I just booted up with Linux, had no idea how to use it, and just had to figure it out. Okay, this should just work. And to prove it, we're gonna comment out all of this, and then we will remove it later. Yeah, in theory, all of this is useless now. Let's find out. That's crazy to look at. All right. Moment of truth. Did I break everything? Or did I create the best editor bundles you'll ever see? The fact that my inventory did not change is not a good sign. Okay. What went wrong? Let's go take a peek inside. Clearly, a function just didn't get created. Fully switched to Linux 1.3 years ago. I went to an informatics Olympiad, and there was a guy using Linux, and I saw him using it. I thought I should give it another try. And since then, I spent less than 40 hours on Windows in those 1.3 years. Dang. So you went fully into it. I'm guessing you still had like a computer that had Linux or something, or Windows in case your Linux wasn't working. But you know, you eventually got there. Oh no! Wait, this is right. So the one bundle I am hard programming. There is only one that we are still hard programming, is this modifiers bundle. Just because everything inside of it is kind of weird. So that's still happening. But, I mean, we could probably just turn it into a loot table and make it way easier. We probably totally should turn it into a loot table and make everything way easier, but, you know. We'll get there. Alright, we're going to internal 8. Internal 9. Okay. None of this has issues. I have dual below in cases one, I need to launch Bedrock Minecraft. Hurts. 2, I need to flash a phone or something that doesn't have flashing software for Linux. It's so much easier for me to fix Linux than to install Windows. Yeah. It's funny that Bedrock Minecraft is like the one thing that you just, nope, not on Linux. There's probably a lot of other programs that may not be made for Linux that you'll have to switch over for too. But I want to know about that. Alright, so the really scary part is the fact that I've looked at all of these and it didn't automatically trigger and say that I have errors. So somehow the code is working. Which is scary. You know what probably is? I probably commented out something that we still needed. Probably down here. No, but I already did all that. Well, there's stuff down here. I'm a recompiler proprietary NVIDIA drivers now. Don't ask me. It doesn't make sense to me either. I won't. Good luck. So why did my inventory not change? In theory, when I stand over here, these should be removed, and then we should have stuff up here. It compiled. Yippee! So why no stuff there? What did this do before that it's not doing anymore? I think, wait, there might be another file here that isn't working properly. Not this one, but let's just, I'm just gonna peek at all of these just in case I messed up one of these. If you're curious what I'm doing, opening the files is making them get parsed by Spyglass again, I believe, and then if there's any errors, it will let me know. I'm not compiling it GTK plus -2 for NVIDIA settings specifically. I won't pretend to know anything. Okay, well, I peeked at everything, and there shouldn't be any issues. So that's a really good sign. So I'm really excited. But it's clearly something is just like not running that was running before. I don't know why it's not removing all the items in my hotbar. All that give bundles does is place bundle inside my inventory. Right? Where's the space? Where is the space in here? The first part is a selector for the item, and then the second part is to give the item. It's over here. Updated Linux from that previous version to the newest version. Exciting. Here it is. You do a container.slot here? Really? Maybe it is the wrong slot then. I thought it'd be hotbar. Or inventory. We'll do container and see what happens. And somehow I also updated Bruce's Slicer. I don't think that's going to fix my issues. Maybe it will. Can't rule out every option. Another reason why commands might not run is if the macro references don't exist. So let's double check that give bundles is running correctly. Or with the right references. Aha! This function doesn't run with any macro data. This one. Wait, does this one need any? Yeah. No. Okay. Not the issue. Internal 8 doesn't need to run with macro data. Internal 9 does. Okay, wait, we're good then. Because we got the macro data right here. And then internal 9 has this fun little thing. Let's double check. Let's start doing some bug testing. Okay, we'll double check that one, this command's actually gonna run, and that the data is correct by just saying the slot number. This might not work though. We'll see. Did I reload? Oh, I just doubled back. I reloaded, right? What? What? Something is very wrong. What is going on? Is my game ticking at all? Okay, well this... Uh-oh. Was it summoning those items every tick? And then it was just summoning a bunch of bundles in the corner? No. The whole time I had the game open? No. Please, no. It can't. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is not a good sign. What an evil song for the background. It's perfect timing, because what just happened? Is it failing to save? I think what was happening was the entire time my game was running, it was summoning more bundles in, and then wasn't giving it in my inventory, and I might have not been deleting them afterwards. And so it was just filling the world, and then when I tried closing it, it's trying to save all of them right now, probably. If I had to take 2 guesses. Let's go, I'm gonna peek. You could probably kill items, something like that, with like the amulet editor. That's true, I have that. Let's just double check. Yeah, when I replace the slot with the item, I don't kill the items afterwards. Why did I remove that part of the code? No! Why did I do that? Alright, well, I'm adding it now. This is awful. Good luck. Wait, we'll check back and see if the world loads. Okay. I think 2 things happen here. 1, computer is tanky enough where we just don't have any issues, and I actually, it actually like finishes saving, and we're good. Issue 2 is we have to edit the world to remove all of them. We'll see. Wait, is this in? This is in this execute, right? Okay, good. All right, well I fixed that now. Here's the bad news. Did it already corrupt region files? Uh-oh. Possibly. Is the worst thing I could do right now force crash the game? Is that the worst thing I could do? Tempted. I'm taking a look. Start another instance. I could do that on Modrinth, right? I'm not sure. I'd rather start Amulet. Amulet! Do I still have that? Where is it? I might need to re-download. The issue really isn't the world that I'm worried about, because I have a couple copies of it, but, you know. So it's thankfully, since all the data's saved in the data pack, which is already on GitHub, nothing to worry about there. But by the way, you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm looking in the files right now. Give me a second. All right, so what would be like the key sign of damage if I'm looking into the files right now? The weird thing is I was in a custom dimension too. So like the region is only for, I have to go to like dimensions. Yeah, okay, the editor still has region files. Region files are still intact. If we're looking at the right one. Okay, could I just close the game and reopen? You could probably just load the world. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Okay. Oh. We're gonna have to try crashing it. Alright, everyone say goodbye to Minecraft. Bye, Minecraft. Now you get this. Do 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 do. See, this is why the audio was playing earlier, because I have this clip underneath. And hope region files were not actually corrupted by the saving process. Even if it is, we can just like remove them entirely. Everything in the editor gets generated by the data pack already. Oh look, you can see it and I can't. Here it is. Hello. The big test is when I try entering here. Yeah, everything's fine. Let's turn on hitboxes. I didn't reload yet. Uh-oh. The issue is I have to... Yeah, I fixed the issue, but we have to reload the data pack, right? Because it doesn't load on load in. So right now it is generating a ton of files. And I think I'm already soft locked. Let's go see. Are they down here? In theory, they would be down here. Okay, you know, we're back to this. Yeah, okay. This time I'm going to reload before we enter the editor. No, I think we can rescue it. I'm gonna try a reload before we enter the editor. That way, after one frame, it should technically delete all the items. What is that? What is what? Huh? No, I did it wrong. Whew. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, Infinite Parkour is enabled. It's supposed to say welcome when I enter, right? Right? I don't like how there's instantly frame drops. The thing is I don't even see any items. They're being spawned here. So I'm worried now. Are we broken again? How do I show hitboxes? Okay, these entities are still here. No, there's nothing down here. Like, I just can't... Where's... Oh, okay, well, I can't either here, so you can't see my hand, but... Is there a lot of entities being summoned somewhere? Well, let's check F3. 1,400. Does that seem more than usual? Well, no, it's because of this guy. This is where the 1,400 entities are. Probably. Let's change pack, maybe? It's like the whole, like, what's it called? It's like the whole data pack can't even run right now. Yeah, these are not rotating. I just realized. It's just so weird. Let me check something else. I'm gonna look at my task manager and see if my memory's like filling up or something. Oh. Wait. You know, task manager always says 100 when it first starts. Where is it? Down here. It's using a fair bit, but it's not using more memory than Google is. But we're like right below 100. Is it a bad sign if it's using almost the same, like less than what Google's using? CPU, it's a fair chunk, but like not a ton. Why is like the world like not ticking? Like at all? Does this say waiting for chunk anywhere? No. I don't know what part of the game is broken, but clearly one is. And it's like suppressing all the updates. Is it tick suppression? Can I do other things? I can't throw things. Is this tick suppression? Oh, I could throw these. No, wait, I could throw those. I can get rid of all these. This is so weird. I don't know what part of this did that. Oh, wait. You know what would? An infinite loop, right? An infinite function loop would just completely suppress the game. So somehow this isn't terminating. Right? That makes sense? I think so. So it only runs again if there's an item within a block that has the IP block tag on its entity data, whatever. Right? The reason why this should work is because we kill them. Right here. We kill the entity, or we kill the item, you know, that we use. So there shouldn't be any more left over. In theory. But something tells me that this selector might not be working. So let's comment this out. So it only runs once. And let's just double check that the selector's running. What's a good way to test this? We're just gonna say hi for now. I just want to make sure it is selecting something. Obviously it is, but I want to. Okay, I'm doing this just to see if this is the issue. If this commented out and it you know actually is fine, then we'll know it's the issue. Quick reboot. Another reboot. I know. So fun. Oh, by the way, Jack was telling me how they're swimming right now, so they can't watch the stream. It's okay. I'm surprised that my OBS is picking up on the Minecraft so quickly. Usually it always has an issue with that. Okay. Reload right now. Okay. Whoa, bundles that are empty. We'll see what's up. Why are we saying numbers? I thought we turned off the thing that would make them say their number. Oh, no, it's still here. I just removed it from the code, don't worry. But, okay. All the bundles are running. Hi. But that is clearly the issue because now things are actually running now. So we figured it out. We figured that part out. Back to it then. And the selector. Oh, this selector is not working as it should be. Because the bundles shouldn't be saying hi. The items should be. So the bundles are being selected here. And they shouldn't be. Okay, we figured the issue out. But why? Why are the bundles... How do the bundles don't pass this MBT check? This MBT check should not be passing. Quick double check. You know what I'm saying? You were in ads. Oh no, I didn't realize. Sorry. Anyway, we figured out part of the issue, right, good John. Basically, we confirmed using the Minecraft output here that the bundles are being selected in the check for items, which means that we had an infinite loop here, and that was causing the game to completely break because we were running this function indefinitely. The idea was that this selector should only select the blocks and not the bundles. And we know that because, you know, item components, entity data, IP block, that chain, if we look over in the blocks, matches with this. But for some reason, bundles, which doesn't have any tags, were being selected. That's fun. You know? But it's alright. So, clearly we just gotta do something else. But in the start of the loop, you don't kill an item. At the start of the loop, oh, you're right. We do kill the item. And we do that selector differently, though. But either way, I should have no one saying hi, not the bundles. I don't know. All I have to do is make sure the selector isn't selecting the bundles. The item we kill is right after we insert it into the bundle. Which... Oh, sorry. I should add, that part isn't even working, because if you look at my inventory, the bundles have nothing in them. So clearly something did not work out correctly. My guess is there's something in the editor that is killing items that are probably affecting it. Well, the entities are getting killed because I have this now at the end of the code. And they're being wiped. It's not an issue of that. We know it's the function because the second I commented this out, we stopped having the issue. So the loop is infinite, and then I give you the item in the bundle. Yeah. I think the item might be getting killed elsewhere. Actually, no, that doesn't have an effect. I'm being dumb. We already tested that last time, that doesn't have an effect. I'm being dumb. But yeah, we should have all the items here. We never really tested to see if all the Infinite Parkour blocks are actually there. We never really checked that. Oh, wait, everyone. I think I figured it out. Wait. ID and index. Are those macros generated every time? It's like custom data? No, they do. I'm dumb. I thought for a second it was a thing where it was because sometimes the entities don't exist. Because, like, if you increase this to, like, the next ID and it just wouldn't be selected. And would that be an issue where there's no data to modify? But it shouldn't be. That shouldn't be part of the problem. Is it normal that the kill command doesn't have distance ... one? This one? It is the nearest selector, so it doesn't really matter, but for safety I'll add it. You make a good point. because it's the nearest entity that matches this MBT data, and no one else is gonna match that MBT data. But I'll still add it for safety. The new N, yeah. Oh, and also you just mentioned someone whose name is just the letter N, so maybe they'll come by now. Come by the stream. That'd be funny. N was only 1.19. It's crazy to think about. We should just double check that these blocks are being summoned real quick, because I don't think we ever did. That way I can double check I can actually entity select or target select his zone. We're just gonna do this whole thing. And that way I can see them all and I can see them with their custom names. And I removed all the other say commands, right? I'm gonna do that real quick. I didn't remove the other one. Hello. Try to make a thing, try to make say a thing at the entity you try to kill. Yeah. No, yeah, here we go. They're all being summoned in. And it is every frame. But as you can see down here, we don't have any leftover entities, so we're good. So, back here, they are being summoned at least. We could guarantee that this selector alone is working. The idea is here is that after that, we do a quick check here to make sure through this that it is the bundles we're selecting here. We could wait, we should just do this instead of the MBT selector down here. Let's rearrange this. So now it's, I'm gonna do this. Wait, there we go. As entity, we'll remove this part, but we'll keep it for now. If data entity at S. Oh, A. Then we do item dot components dot Minecraft entity data dot tags. And we just check if they have tags. Is good enough, right? Because I'm just trying to differentiate between two different types of items. Alright. Let's check it works first with this one, and then we'll check if the other one does too. Wait, am I missing something here? Oh, I don't need this. I'm being silly. There we go. Load. That's weird. I had the bundles, but nothing was said. Oh yeah, they should all be dead. Wait. Did the code get changed? How did I... I meant to do the say hi one just to double check that it was working, but instead I put the one with the recursive function. Is this broken? Let's test. No, okay, wait, it's working now. Except there's no items in the bundles. But at least it isn't crashing the game now. Oops. Let me double check blocks. Obviously, it's not using this block data. Oh, we have an immediate issue. These are using the same position and bundle. This is just a test thing. This isn't real, like data yet. Well, the first one is, but the second one isn't. Whatever. You get it. They're, you know, they should still be inserted into the bundle though right now. But they're not being inserted into the bundle. I think it's something to do with the selector then. You know what we're gonna do? Let's take a look at what these macros actually are. Real quick. Sound like a good idea? Sounds like a great idea to me. Whoa, okay. Let's start from the top here. So, solid blocks is at 0, 0. Pickups is at 1, 0. Special blocks 2, 0. And that's repeating. So the first number in the macro is the ID. So that's good. They have the right IDs. The second number is the index, which starts at 0. So that's good. But it's supposed to increase afterwards and increment. So perhaps it's not increasing. Right here. And now I see the issue. Oh, or another issue. One, this I can't just use a score here when these are this is a loop that is running per each entity. Yeah. So I kind of need to like, it's gonna be weird. I need to execute store results score test IP data run data get this. The issue is this number is going to be A or B. Anyway, basically what I'm saying here is I have to take the number back out from the entity because it's per entity it might be different. Add 1 and then try it again, right? Because they're each going to increment it by 1, not just one time. So like by the time the second bundle goes, it's already at 3 when it shouldn't be at. That's the issue. The other thing is though is I want it to be a number still here. So I kind of want to need it stored somewhere else. Pretty much. It's like the line 138 are repeating. Well, the 130, wait, 138, wait, it's up here. Store result. That part isn't the macro that's repeating though. So that should be fine. What I kind of need to do is I need to store another one. I need to store a secondary one here. In the same location, except just like called like num. And that also needs to be 0 at the beginning. It's a little redundant here, but it works. And then here we grab num, And then we just need to store it right again away. This got a little bit more convoluted than it should have been. Whatever, shouldn't matter. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Basically, we have to use number as a separate index increasing just so that one stays as a number the whole time, which lets us do the check to see if it's 10 or 11 to set it to A or B. Because we can't string compare, but I mean we could, but like it's a lot harder than just a number. So it gets a little complicated, a little convoluted. But it's okay. That won't. I don't think that's gonna fix our issue here. But we'll see. No, that's what I expected. I didn't expect it to fix this problem. But it'll be an issue that I would have had to dealt with later. There's another ad in progress, though. Alright, the other thing is that these need tags, but I might re-implement those. So we know that the ID and the index are right. We got nothing to worry about there. But is this entity actually getting selected? Let's check that out by doing a quick. Copy this. This is what Reckon John was telling me to do earlier, which I'll actually do. This needs to be a macro. Not with a space. Am I good? Okay. Yep. Welcome back. Here we go. Uh-oh. You notice how nothing's being put in chat? Doesn't that mean that this selector is not working? Quite interesting. Let's do this. We'll just bring the data in manually. There they are. And let's do this manually. I know this lecture has errors because of this. We'll just set it to 0 and 0 because I know that's one of them. Is that the errors? Yeah. Interesting. This selector isn't working at all right now. Isn't that a delight? Okay, let's find out why. Type equals item. Here it is, right? That works. MBT check. Yeah, it does have MBT, so that runs. Good. Item. Yep. Still has its item data. You know why this lecture's not working? It's because it's stored as a byte. What is stored as a byte? Uh-oh. Components. Yep, we grabbed the components. Okay. Wait. ID and index. But wait, you might be right, but when I insert them as a macro, it didn't have B afterwards. So the macro input should still be working. But is it because it's missing the B? It's because it's missing the B, isn't it? I see what you mean. This is the dumbest thing ever. This is why commands suck. I'm kidding. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. ID B, index B, ID B, index B. Alright, let's see if it's the B. All the bytes. We have the first one. We do not have the second one. Uh-oh. Oh, and we also don't have all the filler items, but you know, we gotta finish this part first. It's a first step. You're right. We did figure out one issue. Thank you, Raccoon John. I appreciate that. We have the first part. So, my guess is it's probably just because I messed up the selector down here somehow. The recursions just don't work, or the indentation. Yeah, something along those lines. I'm going to remove this because I don't need this anymore. This selector's probably failing. It's a weird selector, to be fair. Let's double check it in game. Because I can. Fun fact, when you store data in a loot table in a custom data, the number is default a byte. Yeah, I just found that out today. Thank you. Yeah, that is a really important fun fact. Let's get these in. Yep, this is not working. Oh, wait, at S. No, yeah, no, that works. Oh, the distance. Wait. Okay. No, this is working. You don't know how to change the type? Can you just add a thing afterwards? Like an F or a D? Or does that let you? The other option is when you do store result in data after an execute, you could choose the type then. So by the way, this selector does work. Maybe with F, yeah. But not for I. Well, yeah, what's it called? Integer, right? That's integer, yeah. Integers are a little weird. But yeah, first it's right here. You could specify the type right here. That's like the only spot I could think of. Which is interesting though, that I'm storing this index as an int right here, but it's still coming out with byte. Isn't that interesting? Thanks, game. Any data is stored as a byte for, yeah, like just by default. No matter what I put there. I mean, it makes sense, like, storage-wise. Of spawn blocks, like items, yeah. I know the exact issue. I know the exact issue right now. This reference, that at S, context gets changed right here. I'm so smart. I'm so smart. Why would I change the context right here? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Oh. We're doing this instead. No, the secret is, see, the secret raccoon job is that the YouTube people won't know about you, so they'll just think I'm the dumb. I take all the blame. Nah, you know what? They're gonna find out. This is huge. Okay. Just my luck. We're gonna pretty much copy this. But we'll shuffle it around a little bit. It's the secondary one, this one. It's because of the warm. I'm freezing, actually. But I can understand if the warm is bothering you. Here we go. Instead of data, I'm gonna still use tags. And just hope that this selector works. Did you really? Please work. Please, please. Okay. So in theory, it should insert everything now. That one don't work? Well, look at it right now. Platform and platform 2 right there. Let's go. Okay, now we just need to do filler items. And then, of course, actually get these placeable. Well, okay. We're using the phony list, so there's nothing to insert here yet. But we could test it by putting platform 2 in a different bundle. Let's put platform 2 in a different bundle. This fake platform 2, not real. Now it's in the first one. It's the second slot, but this won't actually matter much. I'll put it in 0. That worked because of the one. Yeah, it only has one tag. If we add more tags, we might have issues. Speaking of issues, we do have issues. We have recursive loop issues again. Oh, no. Okay, well, while Minecraft restarts, I can still show you this. Why? Why is this running forever when there's 2 bundles? Or when we're inserting to 2 different bundles? What's the issue, you know? They were generating before, but it's the second that the selector uses ID that isn't 0. That's so weird. But because the game broke like that, we know that the issue is the recursiveness. But why would this change that, you know? Oh, I just had a thought. Okay. We're gonna do an optimization at the same time here. But basically, every bundle is running its own recursive loop. They're checking, this check though, checks for all the items, including items that don't belong to their bundle. Obviously, we don't care about, a bundle shouldn't continue looping if the only item available is not for their bundle. But we could just use this selector to change that. Because we already have ID and index, except we just ignore the index for now. and macro it. Yeah, there we go. So as long as ID is continuing matching, that means that it is for its editor, or if the editor bundle ID matches, it means the item that is still available here, there's at least still one there for us, and we continue to the next one. Okay. Please fix everything. Okay. Okay. There it is. That worked. Alright. We got bundles with items. In different bundles. There we go. So, before we fill the bundles with all the other items that we're missing, I want to make this platform placeable. Because it isn't. Because the code to handle this item frame hasn't been written yet. And it's still in the old system. So here comes the actual difficult part. But yeah. Once we get this placeable, then I think that's everything, and we can actually bring over everything else. So. Oh, and we need to make them work in the hologram. Oh. I think the hologram data is a little different too. But these aren't broken because they haven't been swapped over yet. That not work with a tag. Well, you know what? Before we make any guesses of why or why not it doesn't work, let's just go look at it. By the way, I'm good to leave this as is, right? Like, we'll just remove all these comments later. Right, yeah. And by the way, I'm still keeping give bundle as a function just because we use it one more time here to make the modifiers bundle, which we left as manual. Even though I don't technically have to, but modifiers bundle is a little weird. Oh wait, no, we still have to do filler items. I'm dumb. I'm not gonna touch that yet. We have to do filler items. I forgot about the filler items. So close. How did we generate them before? It's in here somewhere. Oh. We would just like merge a glass pane. Or no, it was air with the name. This thing. So, wait, the loop technically does have to continue even if items don't exist. Oh, we're dumb. Okay. All we have to check is if this matches 12, then we stop the loop. So we need to change this to just an unless score matches 12. Because it needs to run for all of them. The code is so much better now. It is getting a lot more manageable, huh? To be fair, right here is the cutoff of anything we use. This is the first iteration of the code, is all these. And then here's the second iteration. And then here's the third iteration. We've been shrinking it slowly. And we've yet to remove any of the comments because we're too scared. Add that just for safety. Okay. I could technically do a quick like if unless system here to split the code. Basically, if the item exists, we want to do this part. If the item doesn't exist, we want to insert a dummy item, and then the rest of it we still want to run. So we're just gonna quickly do this. Why is this like lagging? It's like taking forever to check. We're gonna check if this exists. Yeah. Another 1 minute. Oh, there it is. Yeah, to add your back. okay, he'll be back before long. Unless he leaves forever. No. Why do I keep adding space there? Run. And then I just need to indent these. Add that part. No, custom data, not bundle contents. Then I'm gonna do one of these. This is gonna change to an unless. Then we need to do a data. Whatever I did down here. We can just copy this. Pretty much. You're back. Welcome back. I just set up a little split here. So if the entity exists, then we merge the data and kill the entity. If it doesn't exist, we're going to insert dummy info. The split looks a little bad, like for code readability, but what we gotta do. That sound legit? Good. Have I been sounding like a fraud the whole time? No. Data modify entity at S. We're gonna pretty much do like this, but a little different. Append from, or not from, then we remove everything past here, and we make it append value, and it's going to be a copy of pretty much what we have right here. Although it's a little different. All we have to do is make it a item frame, I think. It's a little weird how we have it all set up. Let's grab some of the fake blocks. I think it's, wait. Can I? It's technically one of these, right? Like. But like a little different. It's just an item frame with a custom name that's gonna be the increment model that is empty, lore that is empty. But we don't have to actually specify the empty stuff because it's not a macro. This is how it works, right? I can just go right into ID. Count one components Minecraft custom name empty string, or well no, we're gonna insert, what is it, index, and then we did Minecraft custom, or not custom, it's just item model. Minecraft air. I think that's all we have to do. And then just macro it. Right? Time to find out. Oh. Oh, the issue is zeros in here. Zeros should have been replaced by the item. But this one worked. Look at that. And this one did too. Although, you know something kind of important here? This one number looks normal. These numbers are italicized. Stupid auto formatting. So we gotta change this to be one of these. Text. Quotes around here. Here we go. What is it called? The auto formatting the VS Code does probably hates me by now. Just because I always do it so dumb. Italic. False. Okay, and then the only thing is that this unless is not working. Oh, because it's already dead. By the time this runs, it's already dead. There we go. Just a quick order swap. Whoa. Quick reload. And now filler items in the bundles. Filler items in the bundles. There it is. That easy. Alright, it's time to actually make these place blocks now. Sorry. I juked everyone by saying I would. Now we will. Now that we got the filler items working. But look at that. You know what? It's pretty impressive that this replaced that and that. Okay. That's actually pretty nice. So I'm happy about that. Time for the environment. Alright. This is where the... No. Is this where it is? No. Maybe. I don't know. I have to go find out. It's somewhere. In environment. I think it's an environment. Where we place everything. Tick. Under tick. Maybe. Canvas. Nope. Canvas. I was wrong. Canvas. It's canvas. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the big old macro. Compactful. It is very compactful. Like, we're doing insane optimizations today. Hide there, dictionary search. Oh, how I missed this. I did not. I hate the dictionaries. I got it. Okay, wait. This is just for placing a block. Okay. This is, yeah, this is this is a little, this gets a little complicated. Because there's like rotational stuff going on everywhere. Display translations and changes that go on. A lot of stuff. Corrections based on like the rotation. Oh yeah, this one's messy. I'm just rereading everything just to identify what's going on. What's interesting right here, if you want to take note here, is that we set the translation and the scale for the entity manually, like for the block display. So like that could probably stay. That's a pretty nice. And all this math up here, don't really got to get rid of this. Our main concern is just where it's pulling from with the macros here. Like, well, these tags. Because we no longer have to do this. Or at least we just have to change where it's what it's referencing. I believe. Well, also, I don't want it to dictionary search anymore. You know, I want it to all run at once. Should I make it so that every frame it sets it up for all of them, or should it probably should be a thing where it's just like if there's any entities that haven't been placed yet, right? That's the idea that I should shoot for. It's just a little complicated. Alright, well, I'm gonna make the indent here, and this is where we're gonna start. Except that IPE place 8 and 8, 0 and 8, 1 are kind of manual because those are the trails. They're the special type, so I left these just here. And since no other block is gonna act like a trail later, we're probably gonna keep that hard coded. Throw that here. So first thing we do, at every block, okay, yeah, right here, this is a good thing. If there is no block display yet, we summon a new one, right? That's the first thing we do here. We then, what is place block being ran as? The item frame, okay. This is being ran as the item frame already. That's good because then we can get data really quickly. We put the item frame onto the block display. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, no, this is good stuff. We'll keep this stuff. We make the block display leave any teams that it's a part of? How would it get on a team? I don't think there's any team references up here. There's some down here. No, that's... Oh, because they used to be on teams? Oh, we do it to make it change color. We did make it... Did I not? I don't think I've re-implemented that. Either that or we removed it. Something, I don't know. At one point, the trails had teams. First thing we do is we set it to some default values. That's good. This is the new one I just added that throws the data from the item frame. Yeah, I just made this one. Why not use an execute summon? Probably could. Although, wait, it already gets summoned with the default values. We don't need this. Well, maybe it's something... Hold on. This is confusing. Is place block every tick? It executes as all the item frames at its location. Do we kill the item frame when we're done? Yeah, we do it right here. Okay, this will only run once. So this command's entirely useless because look what we do the second perform when we summon the block display in. We set that data. Although I guess the idea is that if this unless gets triggered, so if there's no block display here, then obviously we already summoned it and then we merge it on. Something like that, maybe, possibly. Yeah, there's something inefficient here. I feel like we could get rid of this run. Summon the block display. Can I still add... Whoa, what am I selecting? Can I still add data after this summon? when I do it that way. Because we could just do that, and then we can do a run after that, indent, and include all this. Pretty much. Let me check. No, you can't reference data here. So, I mean, if I'm gonna do it this way, I would just have to use the run part to throw the data on anyway. But, like, I would already have the context updated, so that's probably better. Well, I guess the one part is like this unless. I don't... Is there ever a moment where this doesn't run? Oh, yeah, okay. There is. For the trail particles, you place the item frame, and then it executes inside of the block, because that's where it summons the marker for your trail particles. So in that case, a block display already exists, so you don't want to summon a new one. So that's what that check is for. But we still want that item frame to ride the block display in that case. So then that's why the rest of this runs. And then we do the ride part so that we can use this context as a quick reference, my guess. And also to update the positions so they're like exact. This merge is a little weird because are we doing that every time, even when we're just adding a trail? Because like that shouldn't be necessary at that point. I don't know. I think this is extra. We're gonna see. This part merges the data from the item frame on to the block. This should work. We should find out. The only issue with that though is that the trails, which are hard coded, won't have data to merge. Oh wait, that means that they just okay. No, that'll be fine then. And that just won't happen. Add time. Oops. Okay, don't have to worry about that. So what we do next is some dumb stuff. But I think this first part's good, right? I'm gonna wait till the ad's over to really before I do anything else. But I mean, honestly, I could probably keep going. My only worry about this is if it merges data on when we're not needing to. But I think it's fine. So next. So the important part of this part is that all of this will now be on the block. Specifically this part. Oh, well, we can remove this now that we just set up the editor IM system. Why did I just change? What? How did I change my cursor to this? Is it this? What? Uh-oh. How did I just change my cursor to the thick one? Is it this one? Yeah. Okay, we figured it out. No more thick cursor. I was having a real panic moment. I was scared. But anyway, yeah, no, we're good to remove this now. We should be fine. Welcome back. I'm just removing the lore entry here because we already have that set. And I was just checking, like, this data is now going to be on the block display, so how are we going to use that to set up everything over here? And also, I've commented that out to see if that has any effect on anything. But we'll find out later. So, this is block dictionary stuff. We don't have to worry about that. I should probably just comment as I go. This will help me to know what I have touched and what I haven't gone to, you know? So then, the first thing we do is because it's a dictionary search, we have to, select based on the current bundle ID and position of bundle that we're at. So that won't matter. But the actual first important thing that does matter is setting the block to the physical block, which we can do now. All I'm gonna need to do though is get that context in for the macro. So all I'm gonna do is just execute on vehicle, run, and then indent. Although we could, wait. Well, actually, I have to do it after this point. But yeah. Well, let's compact this real quick by doing this. And then let's indent this over. Remove this part. And then indent, remove this part, and this part. But after this part, I keep saying that. Right here, we need to do an empty macro so that I can add the context here. Like that. Good, good. First thing we need to do, set block right where we are to our physical block. I'm surprised that that's true with every single block in the game right now. So this doesn't have to change at all, but how much you want to bet with my luck that it will eventually. But yeah, we're good there. Is it still called physical block? Yeah, right here. Okay. Good. I'm gonna close that tab. And the rest of these. And the bundles one, you don't need that. Actually, I'm just gonna... Yeah. Next, what we do is if the data storage for this macro has rotational, so if this is a check to see if the what is it called? If the entity itself is rotational, then we set test3 to its facing value and then check that to see if it's 2, 3, 4, or 5. And if so, we set northeast, west, or north, south, east, west, east. Oh, that order is like brain breaking. Whatever. Into a macro spot that we use on the next tick because macro.data is actually being, used. And then the reason why we converted it to north, south, east, west is so that down here. Well, I do it to, we also get the normal direction by just inverse in number form so that I can, or yeah, I set the block to the facing value if it has one. What this is so so whack. And then we also make the entity face the opposite direction, which is fun. But yeah, we can pretty much just copy most of this over, but just change the references. Let me just double check. Where's my slider? What happens afterwards? Can I slide this? Here it is. I'm just gonna compact this a little bit. Like, I only need like this much window space. Probably. Whatever. So wait, when does this indent for rotational end? Right here. Okay. So that's all we do here. We can copy most of this then. We can't really compact most of it, unfortunately. Oh, but this needs to execute. This can't execute as the block display. This needs to execute as the item frame, which is like here. Except we're gonna change this to entity. But then obviously we're gonna need to include facing up here. Entity at S data. Oh, everything's on the wrong indent now. Wait, what? Uh-oh. Bring this down too? Yeah. I'm doing this inefficiently. Down 2. 2. And these ones down 2. So obviously I gotta change these a little bit. For one, we're not gonna remove the data anymore. We're just gonna keep it on the entity here. Because why not? Oh, wait. You know, we can do on vehicle. Can't we do it as on passenger, and then we can continue doing everything in the context of the we can continue doing everything within the context of on vehicle, technically, if we really wanted to. Okay, I keep all this part. And then this is probably good. Yeah, okay. Except that these references in the storage are a little wrong. We need to change this to something a little different. No, that's not how you do it. You go here, you go there, and you go. No, what? Hello? Here, you go here, and you go this. Okay. Storage macro data needs to be entity at S. There you go. I don't know why this is test 3. We can make this test 1 now. There we go. Wait, is test being used somewhere else maybe? Is that why I have to use test 3 right now? No, it's the first reference. Do we use test 3 anywhere? Doesn't look like it to me. Oh, right here. That's down here. Do we need test 3 later? Oh, yeah, we do. Okay, maybe there's a reason for weird naming conventions or something. I should just... I'm gonna give it real names. Hashtag facing. Look at me naming my variables finally. Okay. So based on that, we've done all of this. By pretty much just copying it over. And this and this. That's where we're at. Did the music stop? No, it's just taking a long time to get to the next track. I think it does that to me every time. So unfortunately, we can't really compact this down to my understanding, right? As much as we'd want to. Because we have to like set up new, dir, and normal. Based on the facing value. So yeah, I don't think there's any way around that. What's kind of weird is how we set the block and then we do it again using the facing value. Like that feels repetitive. But it makes sense because this part runs if it's rotational. So whatever, it makes sense. It's fine. Okay. Where are we at now? To on vehicle, merge. Okay, so it merged on the block display and a ID tag. We can still do that. Yeah. Okay. This one just this line just still works. As long as we have context. You know, we could do. Oh, we could do it here. This has context. And just remove this part. Right? Is this compacting? Yeah, that should be fine. Header display block is still a thing we have? Yeah. Right? Yeah, right there. Okay, compact. We're getting better. We do test 2 to see if there's an outline. And if it's 0, we then use our little what's it called? Slime. We give the IPE block tag. Really? It's kind of funny. But I think this works. And then we also have test 5 down here, which is remove display on plays. Oh, because then that... What does test 5 use for? Wait, what? Oh, right here. A lot of fun stuff. I'm honestly, instead of trying to like relearn a lot of this, I would like to just copy it over and just trust that it works. Which means that we're not really going to compact much, are we? But like the spots that we're using the dictionary, the spots that we're using the dictionary were just because we wanted to select every item, but now we can just do that all at once. Or select, like, you know, all the blocks. But we're just doing that in one instance. So yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's test 2 to the thing up here. Just because this is our first like entrance of context, so I might as well. And we're gonna change the name of test 2 though. Test 2 is now going to be outline, right? Just display outline, we're gonna call it. There, I'm gonna add this little thing here. Important. Test 2 is now display outline. Like I just said, right? Yep. And then I'm just writing this down as a mental note for myself. Test 5 it was. No, 3. 3 is now facing. Just to keep myself organized. Okay. Well, I know I'm in the middle of rewriting this, but we do got a lot more to go here. And the unfortunate issue is I kind of need to run. So let me just double check. I kind of set it up to be easy for me in the future to reference what I need left to do right here. I'll even indent that and make it easy, but uh-oh, ad's about to hit. Oh well, it's probably good timing anyway. Let's just, well, I'm not gonna refresh anything. I think I'm just gonna leave it as is here. And just don't reload the game right now. Or break everything. That was a big lag spike for no reason. Here we go. I'm waiting for them to come back. They got like 50 seconds. Here, wait, can I beat my high score real quick? Here we go, here we go. Oop. Here we go. 120-ish, was it? Yeah, I beat it. Oh, and I dropped instantly. 37's new high score. I forget what I have on the other one. The hard one is the showcase. I'm only at 94. Oh, this is gonna... This is... Oh, this isn't... Yeah, this isn't gonna work right now. That's why I can't do that. Yeah, because I haven't implemented the rest of those yet. Well, that's probably where I'm gonna leave it for today then. I appreciate everyone for coming by. You have a great day, great night, great whatever it is for you. We did some good stuff today, but that's going to be it for now, so. Alright. Next time, we'll finish changing the canvas code to use the new the new loot tables, and everything's going to be fine, and nothing's going to be broken or wrong at all whatsoever, right? Everything's broken. It's okay. I'll see everyone around. Peace.